Perfect. Okay. I think we're good. Hi. Yeah, there it goes. All right, cool. Hi. Welcome back. We're gonna start day 2, I guess. I have been working on this just on the side. I get more work done off of streams because I talk too much. It's just how this goes. So I have done a bunch to move this forward, and I've changed what we're building. So I think we're building a puzzle game, a collaborative puzzle game now. We'll figure out what that means in just a bit, but that's sort of the thoughts. And so instead of having one specific game board, I think you'll have so I guess at least the idea is every flower is a player. And so you, as say the white player, can only move to propagate or activate flowers of the white color. And so each player would theoretically like craft their own at the beginning, and then that would be their color. And the idea, the goal, is to collaboratively match patterns using this. So for example, the goal may be to create a white, blue, red hybrid. And so you need to figure out a way in the span of the game to combine the white, red, and blue in some way so that you get all 3 characteristics in one plant. And if you do, then that goal is ticked. And then you'll have like 4 of those in your goal, and you have to complete them before the time runs out. So before like the season ends or whatever. And so that's sort of, I think, what we're going for. And then the cool thing with that is because we're doing all of that, the flowers can actually be 6 like they can all have 6 petals that represent the color of the thing that we're growing. So if it's a white flower, it's going to have 6 white petals. But if it's a white red one, it's going to have 3 white and 3 red potentially. So you can build like fancy hybrids that way. And then it's pretty visually clear how everything is, because if you start like combining things, you end up with this. And it's unclear if all 3 of these blues are the same. And it just gets more and more complicated the longer it goes. So hopefully this fixes that. And then we just have 4 colors, and we get to kind of play with that. And then each player can kind of slowly tweak each thing. I don't know how this is going to actually work combined. I'm getting warnings from YouTube. Oh no. It's probably fine. We'll see. Everything good? Yeah. Okay. Cool. So that's what we're gonna build, so that you won't be able to get like orange anymore or pink. Instead, you'll probably start and select a color that way, and then build from there. It's probably gonna have to be like a co-op, like couch co-op thing. So you're gonna have to have people there with you to play this, unfortunately. And then I think what we're gonna do is prioritize like board games, and make this into like a 4-player board game, because I think that would work. 4, or there's probably scenarios where like you could do 3 or 2 as well, and it could also be interesting, because there's interesting ways that could all work. So that's what we're doing. What do I need to do? First off, I've added the activation actions. That was what that white flower currently does, is it's got all the activation items. There are currently 4 different options: 1 to activate rows, 1 to activate columns, and then 1 to activate either something that shares a color or something that doesn't share a color. This one that one's going to change, just because it doesn't make sense with the thing that I'm planning. And it's already overpowered, so we'll have to think about that a little bit more. But first thing we need to do is fix these, because these don't work. This is mostly a logic error on my part, because I have this. The way this works is, for example, we'll select a row and then iterate from the top of that row to the bottom, activating each thing simultaneously. The problem with that is it doesn't actually work. So if you do that, you run into this issue where the activation will cascade. And so what can happen is the 0, position or the 0th activation can create an item in activation 1, which then gets triggered immediately because we're iterating over them. So I need to change the logic here so it actually collects them all into a list and then activates them so you don't get duplicates. We also need to think about how we're going to do like cascades, because theoretically you could create an infinite loop right now. It's very unlikely, but it's possible, where you activate something and then that activates the original thing and then they just keep activating each other. That seems really unlikely, but it's possible. And so maybe we want to only have plants be activatable once per turn, but so for now we're just going to fix this, and I'm going to do that with the list. Yeah. Ooh, not an enumerable, a list. Go. All right, so we're creating a list here. I can make this a little bit bigger, and the idea is we're going to activate that list and add all of the items and then activate them all afterwards, and that way we isolate both of those actions from one another. So what we want is activated plants dot for each, like that, and then I want to run this like that, so we can actually activate them. Oh, that's a thing. How do I want to do this? I think the best way is not to store plants, but to store plots. So let's try that. And so we'll store the plots there, and then we can activated plot dot plant activate, and then we just need to make this a little bit nicer. All right, so that will handle the activation, and then we can actually grab here. If they're not null, then we can add them. So something like this, I think. So if it's not null, then we can go and activate it. So yeah. And then let's add that to our list. And so this way we'll only have a list of activated plants that are non-null. So they definitely have something activated there. We can work with that. How do I want to plants dot add, and then we can just grab the thing. Right, YouTube's going crazy. Okay, that's weird. We'll pretend like everything's normal. Let's see here. So this adds this to the row, and then we activate everything afterwards. And so we're isolating the steps that are happening here. So we're no longer activating the entire thing sequentially, and so there's no like cascading effects. Instead, it will activate everything at once and then stop. So that seems like a better choice. So we're gonna try that. Let's see here. I think that makes sense. So let's copy this. Unfortunately, I need to actually like duplicate a lot of this logic in all the other places as well. So something like this. And then with this, with the redesign we're kind of doing, I think this will actually turn into like a really fun actual like physical board game. So that might be a thing that I experiment with later. Probably this game jam is specifically for like video games, but that will probably follow after we kind of tweak some of the things going on here and figure out what works and what doesn't. We should be able to actually turn this into a board game. And I can even like prototype some parts and share some of those. Those will probably end up on like Twitter or something as I play around with it, but I think that would be fun. So, let's see here. Okay, I think those are both the correct things. So we have columns and rows. Let's see here. We're also activating. Right now, we only have the ability to activate a random row or activate a random column. There might be a useful feature where we actually activate the existing row that where this plant is in. So we figure out where it is, and then we activate everything else in its a row or a column. That could be useful as like another type of ability. Maybe even more useful than this activate other. And that's probably not actually too hard to do. Do I want to do that now? Probably not. Let's ignore it. And let's just make progress, I think. So that should fix a little bit of our activity, but we can give that a shot. So if I run this now, we still get everything. The activation flower is the white one. And so it sometimes works. And then there we go. Oh. We were I was hoping to avoid the infinite loops, but I have apparently created one because now we're way off the stack. What's going on here? Oh, okay. So what I did is created a bunch of white plants and then had them all activate one another, which means they duplicated themselves all over the place. We don't want that. Because they will reactivate one another. And so this is sort of what I was kind of talking about earlier. You can actually create like a infinite loop of one thing activating the other thing, activating the other thing, activating the other thing, and it just keeps going. We don't want that. So how do I want to fix this? Okay, so I've been avoiding this, and I think it's probably to my detriment. This is a turn-based game, and I haven't implemented turns. There's no turn system at all. Maybe what we should do is add turns, so something that can control turns, and so that way you can actually reset everything, handle the turn cycle, do some state logic rather than just trying to have everything manage its own state. That seems like a really good start to this. So let's do something like this. I don't know. We'll figure this out. But let's see. how do I want to do this? So there's going to be a number of players, and we're just going to create like a circular loop of the turn count. So public int and then public player current player, and we can kind of work from this. And so we have a bunch of new people who just joined. So just to quickly talk about this, the new player is the player is going to be one of those colors. So when we start the game, there's those 4 colors. There's white, red, green, and blue. What is each player is going to represent one of those colors, and so we're going to say which player is currently selected. And we're going to have a list. So just a circular, could be enumerable, I guess, of the current players. And that way we can use that to find the next player in the list. So let's create a function here, void or public player. Let's call this like advanced player. So it moves to the next player. And so what that's going to do is do game players dot. What's the best way to do this? We're doing a enumerable thing, and that might actually not be what we want. We actually want a queue, I think, of players, because then I can dequeue a player, get that player as the next person. So player is that, and then we can do player dot or return the player. So that gets us out the player, but we also want to have this be a circular loop of new players. Lots of ways to solve this. I'm using a queue because it's the simplest, and it's gonna require the least amount of code. We could also just like have an index that moves through the players and just goes into a list, but this will do the same thing. So we're going to re-enqueue the player like this. And so when we're working with queues, it's a custom data type based around a list. dequeue actually removes the most recent thing. So it's gonna, or last added thing rather. So the way this is gonna work is we're gonna create this deck of cards. Actually, I have a deck of cards now. This is the Wormwood Tarot deck. But you can have your cards, and if you put them into a deck, you're gonna grab something off the queue and then put it on the bottom of the deck. And then that's how our players are gonna work. We're just gonna draw a new player, figure out what that is, and then put them back on the bottom of the deck so that we can just keep cycling through, and we'll never run out of players. We'll just keep going, and we'll always get the next person in line. And so we can just keep cycling through. So that will give us a way to advance the player. So let's have an end turn. And that will handle ending the turn and doing all that. Public void begin turn will handle initializing the turn so that things can actually start up. We don't have anything there. And then public void I'll figure the rest out later. We don't need to solve that right now. But begin turn is probably just going to update like the current player screen once we actually get a UI assigned to this, because we don't have a UI. Once we get a UI, we can use the begin turn as a way to kind of assign the player and get all that working out. End turn we can use to update all the state and kind of move to the next turn. We can also use that as a way to manage things like the game board. So if I add the game board here, so let's extend a mono behavior. We're doing this so that I can attach this to a game object in the scene. I don't want to make it a singleton just because that'll get more complicated. This way we can attach it to some game manager, maybe the game board, and then we can have a reference to the game board. So our turn can actually monitor and update our game board. So we'll do that. And I'm going to move some of these down here. So we'll have the state management and then all the other fun stuff we do. So advanced player, public void, reset board state. And so that's going to grab everything in our board. Does this work? Can I do a for each over a double array in C# and it will figure that out for me? We're gonna try this. I don't think I've ever done this, but we're gonna try it and see what happens. Might work, might not. And then let's see. And then just reset all of the activated functions to false. I need to create that property. Sure. How do I want to do this? Bool activated, setter, getter, sure. This is probably fine. So activated, then return. So that's just a short way to short circuit our loop. So if anything ever starts or stops, this will automatically trigger it. When it's activated, it will just automatically do that. Otherwise, we're going to say activated equals true and assign that to true. And then it will only ever do this once. And then when we reset the board state, we're wiping all that out so that goes away. So this way, a plant can only ever activate once per turn, regardless of other effects in the board. This will make sure that only ever happens once. So we'll basically collect a list of everything to activate and then only do each of them once. And I think that makes sense. We might run into issues because we actually create new ones, but the way we're actually doing that now might change. Like, so this color is probably going away, and I moved it into the action because each action is going to be colored by player, and that seems like a better way to do that. So we'll just do that and then create our player class. Let's actually spell this right. There we go. And we'll give each of the players their own color and a name, public, I guess. And we can do something weird with that. And I think that's it. And then really, like, the goal system is just a series of predicates. So predicate is a function that returns a Boolean. So what that means is we're just having like tests of saying, is this true or not? And so what we can do, I should make this a little bit bigger so it comes across on the stream. But what I can do here is advance the player. Let's do reset board state. But before we do that, let's score the board. Yeah. And so this is going to actually calculate score. So we have these goals that we're going to try to satisfy. This will give us a way to satisfy those. So score board. And there we go. See here, before I go too crazy, let me do some YouTube management stuff because I am doing this really poorly. Um, how do I do this? Oh well. I am so confused. It's fine. um, right. Um, sorry, doing way too many things. But if we go here, grab that, I think we're good. Cool. Let me actually share out a link to this because of course I have started a stream and told exactly nobody that I'm actually going to do that. So 1 second. Cool. All right, there we go. That's a very yeah. Neat. All right. We're gonna call that good and we're gonna keep going. So scoreboard. That might I'm reading that as like a scoreboard, like a high scoreboard. That might not be ideal, but we're gonna keep that for now. So we'll score, advance the board state, and then we will change the player. And that gives us a way to actually update everything and do all this management stuff. This is going to be a to do. So we do all of that, and then I think we want to have the current turn increase as well. So increment the current turn by however many, and then you'll have like 20 turns. That gives each player like 5 moves, which doesn't seem like a lot, but I think that's better than having it go on for a long time. It just seems like it will be a better choice. So we'll do that, and then eventually we can test for the end of the game. But I think that's it. Now I just need to add in my players. How do I want to do that? I think a player should have a plant template. Public void plant or public plant. This might get a little bit interesting. I'm not entirely sure how to do this yet, but we can try that and see what happens. So that gets us our template plant. With that, we can actually go and create everything. What I want from this is actually, well, we can actually, I made all those public, so it's perfect. So I actually have access to it, so I can iterate over those, do all sorts of fun things, and it should just be good. Then, what are we gonna do? I don't know. So players have names, colors, and then a template for what they are. That's mostly so we can grab the actions. The color will actually be overridden here. The only reason I'm not doing, where was it? Like directly having plant actions. I'm not sure actually. We might not actually need to do that. We could just have a list of actions. So let's do that. So that gets us player, plant actions, color. From that, we can actually generate these flowers and use them. I don't know how. So now what? Let's see here. What is the game about? So the game is about planting flowers. um, so this is a bad example because I broke it when I was doing this, but it's a pattern matching puzzle collaboration game, I guess. It's thinking, but the idea is there are 4 different players. So let's stop this and restart. And this should hopefully be able to like demonstrate. So this is like one template game board. And so right now I'm just using colors as a quick debugging thing. But think of each of these as their own separate plant. So in this case, we have 4 different plants that we start with: white, red, green, and blue. And those correlate to the 4 players in the game. And so the white player can cause one white plant, a plant that has at least one white characteristic, to grow. And so the entire game is based around dice. So every plant is a d6 that can do 4 different random things depending on those sides of the dice. And so you activate 1 plant per turn. Each player kind of takes turns activating their color, and they merge. So in this case, I activated the blue plant, and it had rolled to propagate up, which caused it to override the green and merge with it. So now we have this hybrid green-blue plant that just got created. And so that is now the new characteristic. So eventually, this is kind of just overriding things. It's not tactical at all. But eventually you'll be able to actually select the characteristics that you intended to merge from both species and use that to create the new type. And then the intent is to try to pattern match and build certain things and match certain goals in the environment before you run out of turns and the season ends. So in this case, maybe our goal was to combine the blue, the green, and the white plant. And so we just did that. By having the white one, it seems like it caused everything to propagate, which happened to magically, like, randomly roll to have this teal one merge with the white one, and so we get that. That's sort of how this goes. There's a lot of like randomization because it's all dice based, but you can somewhat tweak it because the dice are customizable. You can change what each side of the dice means by just merging plants together. And then each of the 4 colors is going to be played by a different person. And each person can only activate plants that have a characteristic from them. So in this case, we started with a green, white, blue, and red player. And so the white player could only activate other white plants. So in this case, that would just be this one. Whereas the red player could activate this one or this one, and then blue could activate all 4 of these in this L shape, and then green in these 2 up here. And so you kind of have to somewhat like tactically grow, but also merge things, and also kind of think a little bit about that. But also it's random, so who knows? kind of making it up as I go. But that was sort of the idea. And then hopefully D6s keep it manageable, so it's small enough. And then it's intended as sort of a collaborative thing, so you'd have a series of goals, maybe like get 4 plants in like this bottom left corner, or merge plants of a specific types and match a specific type of like plant layout, something like that, or accomplish something else. And it's a turn-based play, like multiplayer thing, so you try to get people to do all of that. We'll see how it goes. But that's the idea. So yeah, right now what we're doing is implementing the actual turn system. Love the idea, but do you think you'll have time to finish? I honestly don't know. So when I started this, I was like, the reason I'm using physical dice as like the demonstration is this is actually a game that I think would be cool as a board game. And so this is probably like a test project to see if that even is worth it, because the cool thing with technology is it's free. So like building this only costs me time, whereas if I actually wanted to go and build a board game, I need materials and to actually like get things printed. And so this gives me a way to kind of test that out without having to do lots of extra stuff. So we'll see. I don't know if we'll finish, but that's fine if we don't. I did only have like a limited time, and I definitely don't spend as much time on like game jams as I normally do, just because personal health stuff. Like it just spending 48 hours nonstop programming is just a lot, especially when you have like full-time jobs and stuff. So don't know if that's gonna happen, but we'll see. Anyway. What was I doing? I don't even know. So we have our board state. We can end the turn, do all of this. Let's have a player tracker. Let's just add that in. So let's see here. Canvas. I don't know what I want to do here, but we'll figure it out. So I think we want to some sort of, okay, interesting. Very lost. There we go. There. That'll be a lot easier to see. So we have a panel. I want the panel, but I don't want the image in the background. And then I think we just want a Trees Text Mesh Pro. Sure, why not? So adding some text stuff so that we can actually do all of this. And then this will give us a way to actually print out the player name, just so you know whose turn it is, because otherwise it's going to be super confusing if that isn't visible. So we add that, and cool. YouTube gave you my live stream and is like, here's all this other stuff. Yeah, I've done a lot with Unity, so if you're interested in that, there's a lot of like weird Unity stuff. Tons of really interesting like shader projects. And lately I've been doing like Signal R in Unity and trying to do like something like this where we have like a turn-based thing. There's probably a really good chance that this gets that online treatment. I just don't have time in 48 hours that we have here, but awesome. Glad you're enjoying the content. Let's see here. My music, I don't even know what band is playing, but it's cool. Cool. My text doesn't show up. What have I done to get rid of this? Awesome. Thank you so much for the good luck. I'm going to need it because I don't know what I'm doing. Why? I always get super confused with Unity's UI stuff. You have 50 hours. Online must only take 2 hours, right? Not quite. It might take a little bit longer than that. We are doing like a turn-based thing, so some of the complications of building an online game aren't there, but it's still going to be a lot. The way this will probably end up working is I will build this as like a couch co-op-y type game that you like pull up in a browser and play with friends on like an iPad or something, and then turn it into probably a like board game, just so that I can actually play it and see how that goes. And then if that's actually fun, we can kind of work some of that stuff out and then actually add like online multiplayer later. But that's also a really big project, especially like game jam games are intended, at least when I write them, they're written for that game jam. That's it. They're not written as like a long living project that's going to continue to be around. So pretty much the entire thing needs to get rewritten if I want to actually continue that project. So it's just, that's just the way it works. What have I done? And why? I am so confused right now. Oh. What? It is working. Where is my... What is going on? This is the part where I say I don't really know Unity's UI stuff very well because it always gets weird. Like right now, why? Like it's clearly working because we have that, but is it working? I don't actually know. Let's see here. All right. Is my canvas in screen space? That is a great question. Yes. It's, yeah, set up as an overlay, so it should be fine. And the panel is working, and it's showing correctly that it's drawing text. I'm wondering if I've like done something weird to make it not work, but it should be fine. I don't know. Unless like I shouldn't need to run this to make this work. So I'm not super sure. Yeah, we just don't have a UI. And okay. That's just its own separate other thing. I can try making it like really big, but huh. Well, this is a weird problem to have. I wasn't anticipating this. I was thinking this was going to be real quick, but apparently not. Okay. Huh. I'm not sure. Like, where the text size is like odd to me, and maybe other people are noticing that too. But like, that size 500 font, I would expect that to take up like the entire screen, and it's not. So what have I done? Color gradient, we don't want that. Well, this might be a future non-stream me problem because I don't know how to fix this. Test. Nope. Huh. Well, okay. This is what I get for just pulling random things in. Is it a scale problem? What am I trying to do? I am trying to see my text in my scene, but it's not showing up. I'm not entirely sure. So you're suggesting using like a reference ratio, and I can do that, but like it's still showing that it's inside the camera view, so we should be able to see it. So the only other thing that it could be, I think, is we're not calling this, if I set this to there, fixed. So that may not be the best solution overall, but it solves it now. So I don't need to worry about that anymore. I guess that's fine. I'll figure it out later. Again, it is a game jam, so this is going to be held together with duct tape regardless of what I do, just because that's how these things work. But that was weird. Let's see here. Let's give it a little bit more padding on that side. Player 1. And for this, we're mostly just going to try to fake this until it feels all right. Sure. This is probably too big now, so let's scale things down a little bit. All right, at this point I'm just guessing, so we're gonna pretend like this is all fine and then go from there. All right, player 1, turn 1. Cool. And then what else should you know? So we have current player, current turn. I'll probably want some sort of overlay for when you like mouse over the flower to show it like the 6 abilities that it has. So if we're optimizing for like this resolution, what happens? So we actually have a bunch of screen space to play with. So we could either add it to like the right hand side probably, or the left. Yeah. So maybe on the right hand side, we pop up the goals that you have. That's how you're going to score points as sort of a team. And then on the left hand side, we can actually pop up the abilities of each plant. So when you click it, it doesn't propagate right away, or it doesn't activate it. Instead, it's going to actually list all 6 sides of the dice, what it does, and then actually like roll the dice for you, which I actually want you to like have a physical dice that you roll. So that might be part of this. Like I actually want to slow this entire game down. I think that's actually like going to be part of it is actually slowing things down, because right now you can just click a bunch of stuff and go really quick. I don't want that to happen. So what's the best way to do that? Game board, let's add a dice. And so there's actually a lot of questions here as far as how I want this to work. But for this, we are going to create our own little thing. So vector3 to ints, I guess, for now. And so what we're doing is we're mapping the direction of the dice in its own space to an integer that represents the dice sides that it rolled. And so this is a little bit weird, but what we're doing is creating a vector3 dot up and saying that's going to be like 6. And then vector3 dot down needs to be 1 then, because dice sides opposites always match equal to 7. In our case, we're not actually doing that, but I'm going to map this to real, like, actual dice characteristics just so it actually works still. And then we need 4 more of these. So let's do that. And then 2 and 5 will be like left and right, and 3 and 4 will be forward and backwards. I think it's back. There we go. And that's all we need. So that will actually give us the 6 sides of our dice, and then we can use a dot product, I think, to handle all of this. So what we're going to do is void, or int actually, public int get dice side. And what that's going to do is iterate through that dictionary and find the best characteristic that matches this. So we're going to look at the current transforms up and compare that against each of these to figure out which is the most up. I think that makes the most sense. I have done a video on like calculating dice rolls on like an infinite number of sides for a dice. So we're kind of basing it off of what I learned there, but I haven't. That video is old. It's multiple years old, and I don't remember it. So we're gonna make it up again. So get dice side is going to be, let's see, float best value float or int and then I think we can just iterate over these. So iterate over our dice sides. And so that's going to get us the vector, and it's going to get us the value, so key value pairs of that. And from that, we should be able to actually figure this out. So what I want to do is say if best result is -1, this is the default, so we're just going to say actually best value is going to be equal to -1. We're comparing vectors, so this is like the worst value we can get is -1. Or we can even just do that and say this is equal to -1. So that should get overridden the first result we get. And so var value is going to be equal to the vector3 dot of our side key and our transform up, our up vector of our current dice. So it's a game jam, but we're still going to talk about how this works. So we're using dot products, and the way dot products work is it's like a cosine of the difference between two three-dimensional vectors. And so in this case, what I'm saying is look at the up direction of our dice. So like this is just a dice. We're taking the up direction of that. So going up into space. And then I have the 6 cardinal directions of a D6 that represent each face of this. And so I'm seeing which which of those has the least angle from each of those directions to the up vector of this dice. And that's going to tell us sort of which direction we're facing. The actual result is going to be slightly different. We're going to get something weird. It might not actually look like the one that's up, so I might need to tweak that a little bit, but it will at least get us close. So we'll actually be able to like roll the dice and get a result. That's what we're trying to do. And so yeah, that way we at least have like physical dice, and the randomization is actually like in how the dice rolls and Unity's physics. So rather than a random number generator, because that just doesn't feel the same. So, and you get to watch the dice roll. So that's the idea. And then we can actually, I'm hoping to actually have like custom dice, because you can have the different sides do different things depending on the flower and plant that they're based off of. Each of those sides should actually have its own graphic for that. That's what I'm hoping to get done in like the next 2-3 hours. So we have our value. If the value is greater than the best value, I should say this is the cosine. So if the vectors are in line with one another, if they have a 0-degree difference, the result is going to be 1. This technically scales based off of the length of the vectors, but we're using unit vectors, which means they both have a length of 1. So the cosine or the dot product can either be 1 if they're directly in line with one another, or -1 if they're going the opposite direction. So what we're looking for is a high value that's close to 1. And then the reason the min value works is it's going to be below -1. So the first result we get should always be bigger than it, even if it's in like the wrong direction. So yeah. And this approach isn't just for D6s either. You can use non-cardinal directions and just kind of figure out how to figure out the face for your dice. And I've used it for like D20s and other things like that. So if it's better, then best value equals the value and best result equals our side. Cool. And so that's that. And then we can just return the result. Neat. All right. So that's our dice roll. And then we'll just say public int up current value, I guess. There we go. So this should automatically set our dice to always have the correct value set up like that. And I think we're good there. So I can test this now by, how do I want to do this? Dice platform. Really, this should probably be a box that actually like keeps things in. For now, it's probably just going to be a plane, which is going to come back and bite me, but that's fine. All right. I want this above the board. Nothing else is going to have physics probably, but actually this is going to work because we're doing array cast to figure out what to select and activate. And so the cool thing with this is if we actually activate this dice platform, it's going to create a plane that covers the entire game board. So you can't click the game board anymore once this is created. or once this is activated. So we can actually kind of leverage that. This might be a really bad choice, but it's gonna work. So plane. All right, we'll just use a box. And then I need to make this real big. Something like that, sure. And then we have our dice, which is just a cube that we're going to drop on this thing. Like that. And then I'll just randomly rotate it a little bit so that we get something. And there we go. So now we attach our dice, we can see the current value, and we're good. And then I can actually customize this dice and put like sprites on each side, and it should just work. Current value is -1. Our script isn't working. It should never say -1 if it's actually working. But also, we definitely want a little bit of something to happen when this happens. So we're going to add a physics material of our dice and give this some bounce, because dice should bounce. They should be really, really fun. And though that wasn't fun. So there we go. Let's try this and see what happens. Okay, that was also weird, but that's okay. First off, I think what I want to do is get that rigid body, void. What am I doing? So we're gonna grab the rigid body attached to this and just add some noise to this. So angular velocity, that's what I want. Or plus equals a random amount, so quaternion dot, what am I doing? Random dot inside unit sphere. This will just give it like literally a random value inside of the sphere, and then it should bounce out around a little bit, and this will actually apply some velocity to that. We can scale this a little bit. I'm going to use just hard-coded values for now, and we're also going to add on some velocity. So random dot inside unit sphere. I don't want it to have too much velocity, because then it can go off the board and then that just causes problems. But I want a little bit. We'll probably actually add some so that it actually gets thrown. But this is a way for us to do that. So let's give this a shot. And what I'm hoping is that it actually moves around. And then I need to figure out why our dice isn't updating, because it's coming up with the wrong value, and that's not good. That means it's broken. But yeah, there we go. All right, so our dice is like actually rolling now, which is good. And it seemed like it stayed in the center of the screen, so that's also good. Yeah, cool. I'm happy with that. Let's see here. Wrong text editor. Current value is equal to get dice sides, best result. Sounds like a dicey situation. Exactly. Pretty much, yeah. This should hopefully come out like a board game. Why isn't this working? What have I done? Like we should be able to iterate over that. And unless I've like completely mistaken this, somehow we're getting values that are less than -1, and that doesn't, or less than the minimum. Oh, of course we're not of course we're not getting anything below the minimum value. This is probably really small, but maybe somebody else can see the issue. Oops. We're just gonna get rid of that negative sign there, and then we're gonna pretend like everything is fine. That is my bad. So a negative really small value is actually a really big value, and it's definitely going to be bigger than 1. So oops. let's not do that, and let's roll the dice instead, see what happens. Hopefully we get actual values. So 1, 5 something. Sure. All right, cool. That's much nicer. Actually working. Now, while we're doing this, I'm going to actually add some UI, I think, to this. So let's do that. Text mesh. Pretty much, yeah. That's exactly what this was. Is a double negative. I don't need an event camera for this, so I'm just gonna leave that off. I never know if that's a bad thing or not when I do that, but I'm going to do it. I might be making a mistake. We're gonna see what happens, but all right, so let's center this and make it smaller. So this is, I'm gonna make the dice a little bit bigger so you can actually see what's getting rolled. But we're also going to add text, make the text black. And now this should be 3-dimensional, so I should, whoa, that's really big. Okay. It is the wrong size. That's still gonna be really big. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, this might be a little bit bigger than I wanted. So let's scale this down. I don't know why that's set to be so big. Apologies for the train. That's just a thing that happens. Let's see here. So I want this to come out of the dice just a little bit. So let's do like 5.5, sure. So now I just need to actually confirm what my directions are. So up is 6, down is 1. There we go. And then these are going to be swapped out with sprites probably at a later point, and then we can use that as our way of doing this. Well, that's backwards. There we go. So left. The actual sides I don't really think matter, but I do want to just make sure that we actually get things correctly mappings. This way it will save so much trouble after I actually get this working. It doesn't particularly matter that they're correctly oriented, just that there. And then front and back, which is going to be I did 2 and 3, and that should be 2 and 5. There we go. And then that's definitely backwards, but that's okay. And then this will be negative 5.5 and value 4. All right. That took longer for debugging than I probably wanted, but it works. Neat. So what do we roll? A 1. Perfect. Let's do that a few more times just to double check. And I realize there's a much better way to do this. So let me try that. Let's just add a few more. I feel like that's the easy way to test this, right? Just add more dice. So we'll do something like this, and then this one can go down there, and then I'll add another one there. Sure, that's probably plenty. And then really we just want to make sure that the up-facing result matches what we said. So this is 3, but it says 5. That's not good. And then this is a 4, but we're getting 2. So I've gotten those backwards. And then this is a 6. So the 1s and 6s are working. Everything else is broken. Cool. But we can roll dice. So that's progress. And then the only other thing that I want to do is detect when it stops. I'm not sure the best way to do that. I've never had to just like figure out when something has stopped. But that's what we need. So I'm going to save this rigid body. Well, so it's broken because the reason, like, if this was just an actual like board game, it'd be fine, right? Because you're just reading them and doing the actions yourself. But we're going to automate the actions, and so the reason this becomes a problem is if it shows that you rolled a specific ability like side 2, and then I do the side 5, that's gonna be really confusing because it's gonna show that something should have happened and something completely different will have happened. And so that's why I was testing that, is just to make sure that that's actually things are actually lining up, and so it doesn't quite line up. If debugging is holding back, I use a tiny snippet that shows a text label in the scene. Oh, that's clever. So you use gizmos to test that. That might be handy. All right. What do I want to do? If here's a question. How fast does Unity put a rigid body to sleep? let's try this. So for just as like a quick level set of what this actually means, rigid bodies aren't constantly solving things. They will occasionally go and sleep if they're like inactive. So that way, if you have like a body that's just like sitting there, like I don't know, like a can or something, it isn't constantly trying to update things. If there's no forces acting on it and it isn't moving at all originally, it's going to be enter a sleeping state, so it won't be solved for until something collides with it or it gets some force applied to it, and to kind of wake it up. So I'm wondering if we could use that as a way to detect when our dice are solved. Yeah, so that's what I was thinking too, is that it's when the velocity and rotational velocity get to 0. And that's what I want. I'm just not sure if there's like a timer on that. If there isn't, I guess we'll find out, because these. Okay, this is perfect. That's exactly what I want. So that does that, and that will actually get us our dice roll and give us everything we need. And then we can use that as like you rolled this, and then take the action. I like that. Maybe we want a little bit of a delay. So is there a... How would I do this? This is a little bit weird. If I want to start a coroutine, how do I even do that? Invoke. Good call. Okay. Invoke a method after a specific time. Yeah, so rigid bodies have a rotational velocity and a velocity that assigned to them. There can be a lot of things that you can run into with rigid bodies. Typically you don't want to do what I'm doing and manually set things. Typically what you want to do is add a force. And Unity has different solvers for how you add those forces. So we do like a body.add torque or add force. And some of these other ones, like adding explosions, I think do both. So based off of like where they are. But torque will be rotational velocity, and force will be affecting the velocity. The advantage of using something like this is it has force modes assigned to it that are going to actually factor in things like the object's mass. And so as mass increases, the same amount of force is going to reduce its effect on the velocity. So as you increase the force, as the mass goes up, you need more force to achieve the same velocity. What I'm doing by manually assigning that is skipping over that step entirely. So no matter what mass I set this to, both of these should have a similar effect. The change is going to happen when they actually like hit the table, and they'll do different things. So yeah, there might be. That's a good question. If there's a way for things not to sleep, one of the things that would freeze this is if the dice fell off the table, because this is just a box, a 10 by 10 box. Very possible for things to just like fall off and just keep falling and like deadlock the game. I probably will need to think about that. Should add a note. To do solve for dice that never settle. I think if you had like two dice propped on one another too that were like leaning into each other, you might also run into a situation where they never stop. But you're only in this game, you're only ever going to roll one dice at a time. Well, would you? Because so we do have one that like activates a column. So if you activate a column, theoretically we could roll all of those simultaneously, and that might be more exciting. So maybe we do that. Um, yeah, well, I'll figure it out. So let's do invoke name of. All right, I'm going to make this up because I don't use coroutines that often, but we're going to invoke a void publish dice. Sure. That's going to do this action. And we're going to do that. How long do we want to wait? Dice display time. Sure. This seems like a really poor choice for me to just like decide to use coroutines, but we're going to do it. But yeah, okay, so there's a display time. We'll set this to like 1 second initially. And so you'll have like 1 second of it to display itself before it deletes itself and publishes the value after this happens. This is going to schedule that coroutine every single frame. That probably isn't great. So I should think about that. What's the best way to do that? I'm not entirely sure. Public bool stopped. Okay, we're getting a little bit weird, but that's okay. Stopped is true. If not stopped. I should probably have just a button to do the dice roll over again, but I don't want to do that. So we're just gonna say if you're waiting for like 10 seconds to just re-roll. Yeah, this is probably fine. This is the duct tape, I guess, for holding together your game jam games, but it's probably fine for what we're building. It's a really quick game. We have 48 hours, so I'm going to take a few shortcuts. What this is going to do is do a vector3 position, and we're going to call this the origin position. And say the origin position is equal to our initial position. And so when we re-roll this, where's that? We're going to say origin position and set the transforms position back to that. So something like this. Semicolon and what is it? Why do I keep forgetting this? Angular velocity. There we go. Is equal to 0. Cool. Okay, we're gonna just re-invoke start. This is definitely fine. There's no way this goes wrong. And so that's just going to reset it back to this position, and then set both its velocity and its angular velocity to 0, so that it's just using this. That way, if you're like throwing the dice off the table, and they pick up like some crazy velocity or something, we're just getting rid of that and resetting it to a sane value. and then just rescheduling this reroll. So if it happens again, it will just keep going and going, and it should be fine. And we can actually test this, I think, by making a really small platform. And we'll see how this goes. Okay, so 3 dice fell off. And should reroll. There you go. 4 gets published. And 2 more fell off. Cool. And then, okay, they're gonna. The reason they're falling off is because they're actually falling off this platform, but then they're falling onto the actual spheres of the game board, and doing their own thing, which that's not going to stay as spheres, so that's probably fine. Yeah, this seems good. We're at least getting things. The publish time might be a little bit short, but at least it's like sort of working. So pretty happy with that. Let's do this. The publish time might be a little bit short, but we can tweak that. All right, so we have our dice. How do I want to do this? Let's just swap over to. Let's just do this now. Delete all the sides, and let's just go to using sprites. Is that what I want to do? Do I want to just use sprites? Where? Where are they? Effects, nope. Did they change this? I guess maybe I'm looking for something that isn't there, but I don't see a way to create a sprite unless it's somewhere there, but whatever. We'll use a quad. Drop that and use okay, so you can't do that with a mesh. Also, that's weird. Why does my UI still show up in my prefab editor? That's weird. Also, where did my dice go? Oh, it's up there. Okay. I'm getting super confused. But that's okay. There we go. Cool. So I think I still want a sprite. So I'm just gonna go to that. We have that. Let's do so I can't do that with a whatever. I should point out right now, I have no idea if this is actually going to work the way I think it's going to work. Just tinkering with things, and we're going to see if it works. So if I select this and say use the check mark, perfect. Okay, so this does work, and I think rotations and stuff are still fine. Perfect. So we can use sprites. That'll be fine. So let's swap that for a knob, I guess, and make this a little bit bigger still. Cool. And then I need 6 of these. There we go. All right. This is the boring part, unfortunately, but let's see. And so the reason I'm doing this is we should be able to swap this out for actual colors later. And then from there, we can actually assign that to actual graphics that represent the thing that's actually going to happen, rather than using text, because I don't think text is going to translate well. So this is just getting us closer to that point. I don't know why saving is getting so complicated, but whatever. Oops. Neat. All right. So now we have 6 sides to our cube, and they have these fancy sprites. The sprites are not shaded, that's fine. It also supports transparency, which is cool. It means that we can like theme the dice if we want to. And we just have things on top of them. So we can save this, and there's our new dice. So we roll this. Hopefully we get something nice. We have our player, we have our turn, we have our dice. We have our turn thing. And then I just need to actually make it nice. Cool. And then I think we just want to tweak the dice display time. I was thinking 1 second was good. That might be too short, but we'll see. And then basically what we're doing is our turn cycle is going to be choose an action, roll the dice, get an action, get a result like that. It will perform the result and then advance the turn, and it will be the next player's turn. So what you'll do is our full game loop is going to be click one of these. Right now it automatically triggers something. Well, it won't because I have a thing over it, but you'd click this, it would trigger a UI display probably on the left that's going to show all 6 actions that can be taken, and then that will happen. And then there's I guess like activate, grow, I don't know what we want to call it. There's probably a verb somewhere in there that you click a button that confirms that you actually wanted to do that one instead of something else. If you do that, it rolls the dice, gets you the number, and then after that number does the action and returns to the next player. And I think that's it. I think that's the entire game loop. So that's cool. I think we're making some good progress. What do I want to do? I think we need to handle the dice state, because we're publishing the result, but we're not publishing it anywhere that matters. So I need to do that still. So let's, how do I want to do that? Because right now we're publishing the results as a log message. I want to send a message, I think. What's the function for this? It's send message upwards. I think this will work. So we're going to send a message to I agree. What we really want to do is probably have some sort of interface, but send message is so cool. So we have this, just kind of like thinking things out. We'll send a message to our game controller, which is in here, the game turn state. And then we'll have this do all the logic to manage everything. So public receive dice roll. Something like this. And then what I can do is, instead of publishing that here, we're going to go out and game object, find object of type. We're going to go find our game turn state. No, I think you're probably on track there of making it a singleton. Coming from like my background is all cloud computing stuff. And so I have been burned so much by singletons when you try to like test it and do all these other things. It makes it really hard to do all of that. So that's why you'll see me create like all these interfaces and things, because it makes that's how I've gotten around that in the past. In this case, and using as this is a game, there's probably a good argument to actually use a singleton. I don't know if that's a bad thing necessarily. I need to try that. Let's just do this for now. So we're gonna find our game turn state. We're just going to do all of this and then send a message. Yeah, that's great. Receive dice roll with the current value of our dice on it. And then we're going to destroy the dice, but this is going to publish the dice state back to our thing. And then is that what I want to do? End the turn? I think so, because that will be the last thing, and then this class becomes our like mastermind. It's gonna own the entire game state, like board state. That might make a lot of sense actually, and it might simplify things if this is what's always handling that, instead of things telling instead of other things invoking end turn. That might not make sense. And I don't want players to be able to pass their turn. So requiring a dice roll to have happened, to do that might work. What this won't do I have an object pool for dice? No. We just implemented dice, and so all it is just an object. Like, it's already just spawned into the thing because we're just testing it right now. But I don't think we need an object pool for this. We're not creating a whole bunch. So yeah. Oh yeah, Jason is awesome. If you are not following his videos, they or I guess it's been like a year now, but there's some really good videos about whatever this is. I think this, there we go. But there's some actually really good stuff if you're looking to learn Unity. Highly recommend checking this out. You'll learn a whole bunch. So good call out. There we go. Let's see here. End turn. This can't happen because we can roll multiple dice in a turn. That's why that can't happen. content creation. I think because we both, like Jason, I think we both took a break like this past year. So I know you launched your channel like a year ago, and then published a few videos, and then it looked like you took a few months off, and I was gone for like 10 months or something. So it's been a bit, but yeah. Okay, we're just gonna log this, and I'll figure out. I might have dug myself a state management pit that I don't know how to dig myself out of, but we'll see how that goes. Yeah, so singletons, just to talk a little bit about them, they are a way of saying this is a class that can only exist once. That's really useful in like practical states because you have like state managers. In this case, we have a board game that's managing the state of our game. The problem that you run into with having a singleton is there's almost never a case where you only ever want one hard-coded existing thing, and when you create a singleton, it makes it really hard to like pull that back out. And so if you're trying to like write a test around something, if you've created a singleton for the object, what ends up happening is you now have this hard, concretely defined class that has to exist and has to manage a state in some specific way. And there's no real good way to pull that back out without like re-architecting everything. And so it makes like testing scenarios much more difficult. And typically you want to test smaller pieces, and so a singleton can make tests just really hard to write. So yeah, cool. I hope everything goes well. And I'm looking forward to more videos whenever you do pick up making more of them, because I've been enjoying it. So yeah, yeah. If there's anything I can do to help, feel free to reach out. Happy to spend some time and help out. Let's see. We should be able to publish our dice back now. So if I run this, hopefully the dice falls and then publishes to our game state, and we get the text message. Nope, I broke it. Cool. What'd I do? Not set to an instance of an object. Oh, that would be important, wouldn't it? We created this whole, created this entire platform, and I didn't actually add our turn state to it. That's important. Where do I want to put this? Game board? Sure. Cool. All right. This probably fixes things. So we have our dice, it rolls, goes away, we get our number, perfect. Okay, so now we can publish things back. And then that can trigger other things. So what I need to do is have a way to map each dice back to what it was supposed to do. I've never done a game jam before. They seem stressful. They can be. I stopped caring, and I don't mean that in like in a bad way. I just like I stopped feeling like I needed to actually get the thing done. And so what I use a game jam for is a constrained, time-limited experiment as a way for me to say, I want to learn this thing. And so in this case, I'm learning like turn-based games and trying to figure out a few things that I've been kind of tinkering with about how do you actually like create an evolving game mechanic that's something like what we're kind of building. And so if this never actually turns into a real thing, that's fine. I don't really mind it that much. But yeah, that for me is sort of the value I get out of game jams and hackathons is I come in and I'm like, I want to learn this. How can I use this time to do that. And then the cool thing is it's a time frame thing. So this is 48 hours. So there's a good clean like stop point where you can just say, all right, I'm done. I don't need to finish this. It didn't work. That's okay. I'm just going to walk away. And regardless of whether it comes out good, whether the game is like not fun, it doesn't really matter because the goal is for me to learn something. So that's the thing. I think some people look at like there's leaderboards for some of these things where there's like best rated game or most played or most downloaded or whatever. And maybe that's what you're looking for, but for me, it's always just been a like I just want to build something. Yeah, I think one of the things that I've been picking up really lately is around goal setting is trying to set goals that you can own that aren't influenced by other people. And so what I mean by that is figuring out a goal that is something that you have full control over. If it's something like downloads, I want this thing to have X number of downloads, or I want my channel to have 20,000 subscribers, which we're getting pretty close to. Like I don't have any control over getting this channel subscribers. That's all on everybody else. And so hopefully I can produce good content and people will subscribe to it. But that isn't necessarily going to actually link to that. And so instead, what I tend to focus on is like, I want to build content that helps people build cool things. And how I do that is just like, we're going to do this game jam. We're going to show things. And so you have that you can control, and it's something that you can succeed or fail based entirely on your own actions, and it's not based off of like somebody else just like not doing something and then you getting stuck because of it. And that doesn't have to be everything that you do, but having at least a little bit of that control is super nice. At least in my experience, it's been really nice. So yeah, also a good point is this is not how I build normal projects. I'm taking so many shortcuts here, and especially when I'm streaming it, I build things different than when I'm just normally building things because the audience is different, and so you just kind of have to think about that a little bit. And at least for me, I tend to over architect things. I really like the testing and the architecture and design of systems. That's why I like computer science. This gets me way out of that because I can't over engineer these things because I have a limited time scale and like I'm not going to pick it back up. There's no reason for me to design a system that's going to support 5-10 years of feature additions when it's only going to be built for 48 hours. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. So yeah, I think that's a good way to frame it, is the difference between like delivering products and solving problems is totally different. And I think you get that a little bit in school, but definitely when you get into like doing software professionally, you start realizing that like really people just wanted that feature and they do not care how that feature works. Whether the code is really nice and really efficient and runs in this like super condensed like C++ binary that's like 500 kilobytes, or is this 2 gigabyte like Docker container that's hosted in like this really complicated cloud and has all these really cool scalability features. If the end point is just like you get this fancy picture at the end, it doesn't matter. If you're interested in game jams, since you brought this up, there's a few that I would recommend. LD, this is not going to go to the right place. But the Ludum Dare is multiple times a year. This one, the next one's like 2 months away. I think in like October. It's at the end of September. But this is probably the most popular game jam at all. But also if you go to like itch somewhere, there's a list of game jams here. I don't know what games we're gonna see here, but that's okay. Yeah, they have an entire game jams page. So here's a list of all of them. Lots of these are just like random things that other people have put together. It doesn't have to be some big thing. This is the Game Maker Toolkit game jam. You could still join this one. It's going on right now. But these are all of them. These are when they're getting scheduled and all this other stuff. There's a whole bunch here. I would just find one that's interesting. Lots of these are like really long. I would avoid those personally and try to find one that is shorter. The other thing that I would recommend is the Global Game Jam. This got a little bit more complicated over like the recent pandemic stuff. But the Global Game Jam is actually a global event that has localized like meetups. And so this will be a way for you to actually find other game developers of all sorts of skills in your area and build a game together over a weekend, which is kind of neat because it gets you actually get to meet people who are doing similar things and live close by, who can actually help you learn things. So this is also a good option too. Recently, I think the last two have all been hosted online, so not in person. This has typically been an in-person event though. I have no idea what the current thing looks like, but yeah, just some thoughts. But there's plenty of things going on that you can kind of pick up and tinker with, or just like do it yourself. When I was learning game development, I would just sit down and build a game over like a weekend and have no intention of like going beyond that weekend. Just like I want to try this. I want to see, how do I build a puzzle game? And build a puzzle game. The puzzle didn't need to be good. The game didn't need to be good. It didn't even really necessarily need to work. It just needed to like be something that you could kind of pull together and then play around with. So yeah. Does it have an old school LAN vibe? Kind of, yeah. So the ones that I've been to are kind of like a conference / camp thing. Every location kind of does it differently. Some will have like food and places to sleep and things like that. But yeah, it's super fun. And the Global Game Jam is a global thing, so it's not just something that's like going to happen just around you. And if there isn't a location near you that's hosting one, you can actually set that up yourself and maybe find some people at school or other friends who maybe want to get together and then just like meet up at a coffee shop or do something and build something that way. Lots of fun things you can do. And also like this is game development, so you don't need to be building, like if you aren't a programmer or you maybe aren't super confident in your programming thing. I got started building card games on like Post-its. Or not Post-its, the what do they call it? Index cards. And so you just write your own card game together on index cards, and then you can build and play your own card game. And then from there, like if you're building a thing on like a physical board game or an actual game, it's all going to be the same. You're going to learn the same thing. So you can kind of go that way. Yeah. Anyway, just weird tangent, but fun. Yeah. Always feel free to reach out to me too. Very happy to chat if you're interested in doing like game jam stuff. I can probably try to connect you. They've been a little bit weird over the past like 2 years. They're not necessarily the same. Like an in-person event is a very different thing than an online event. And so it can just be different. But yeah. Yeah, that's also good. That's a good point too. Is one of the cool things with game jams is you have a whole bunch of people there, and so there's lots of different things going on with building games. Like I am awful at like music and art, so like sprite design and things. I can do pixel graphics, but anything beyond that, like 3D graphics, are going to be really basic programmer art. the cool thing with going to like an in-person game jam is you can actually meet people who are like, I'm an artist and I'm really good at that. Let me make art for your game. And then you get to meet a cool artist and build something cool with them. And games tend to get better the more people that work on them. So maybe there's probably a point to that, but if you start adding like 3 different people to your project, even if they're not necessarily contributing as like a programmer and a full developer, they will have thoughts that you can actually kind of incorporate in and make your project cooler. So yeah. Hi. All right. Let me see here. I should fix this a little bit. So we're rolling our dice and then publishing this here with the current value. I'm wondering if we want to add some extra metadata here. And I'm wondering what that would be. So I can start with this, I think. Public. All right. And then all right, so I'm adding in a plant here, so we can actually publish our plant that we're updating, and this way, hopefully, we can have a queue of the plants that are being rolled for, and then we can remove those from our game state, and that will give us a way to advance the turn. I think that makes sense. So public. Plants pending plant actions. Okay, this is gonna get really weird. We're gonna do a public game object of our dice. And I'm gonna add just a public function here of in queue plant action. Is it bad form to scout game jams for new hires? It depends. Like, so if you go to like a university, for example, there will be lots of sponsors there who are kind of hiring / helping, and so there might be something there. I wouldn't necessarily show up and try to like do lead gen at a hackathon. If that's your primary purpose, I think that might come across poorly. But if you're just going there and then people ask you and it comes up organically, then it's probably fine. Or if there's like a career fair attached to that, it would really depend, I think. If you're there looking for a job, that can be different. That can actually be a thing. When I was in school, that was how I found one of the companies that I almost worked for. Is I showed up to a hackathon. They liked what I built and were like, hey, we're building something like that for our as like our professional product. So we need somebody who's doing that. Would you come and do that? But yeah, if you're, I think Twitter is probably a good call out for that. More so than like LinkedIn. Twitter is probably where I find most of like the other tech people that I talk to. Yeah. I think Jason's on point there with some of those recommendations. So I would go with that. All right. NQ plant action. Plant. All right. So we're adding a dice spawn location and dice. And I think if I do this right, it should turn out really nice for how we're gonna manage all of this. So I should hopefully be able to actually spawn some things in a relatively same location. You should only ever be rolling one dice per plant per turn. That's what the activation is rolling a dice. So we can create like a dictionary almost of the plants that are waiting for actions, and then we can just enqueue and dequeue things from that. And then when it's empty, then we end the turn, and it's all managed for us. So yeah. If your boss is pressuring you to find new devs, I think it depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for like students or something, that can be different. There, meetups tend to be a good place for that. But yeah, it's interesting. I'm not sure I know exactly the best suggestion there, other than like building up a good reputation as like a good company to work for. That seems to be, at least for me, that's been a big driver where I want to work. So like that means good benefits, that means nice people, and like interesting things to do. So yeah, lots of different ways to, I guess, attract people. And I think it changes as you move through your career. Like what I was looking for when I was coming out of school is very different than what I'm looking for now. So yeah. What am I doing? Let's see here. Pending plant actions dot add our plant. Cool. All right, so we add our plant, and then I need to dice get component of our dice. Stuff like this, and then dice stats dot plant equals no worries about staying on topic. Like if it's related to like doing developer stuff, be close enough to on topic that it's fine. Yeah. And yeah, I think that's a good point, is like what you're offering is going to be different depending on what you're trying to attract. And I think, yeah, it just depends. Like the tech got, especially this past year, tech hiring has been really weird. And so I don't really have any ideas about what makes sense anymore, because the job market didn't really make a lot of sense for a while, and it still doesn't really. So okay. All right. All right. So add the plant, roll the dice. I think that's it. Hello, how are you? So yeah, so this is we're working in C#, a lot with Unity right now. I've gotten so distracted. I don't even know if this is correct. We add this to our pending actions. We roll the dice, assign the plant. That's good. I think that's everything we need. And then when we receive the dice roll, we receive the plant. And so what I want to do is find that inside of our thing, which means I don't want to use a list. I want to use a hash set. Cool. So that gives us a way to manage that, and then I can go and find the plant inside of that hash set. We're using a hash set because we want to find objects in it really fast. We're gonna have like 5 things in it. It doesn't really matter, but hash set is probably the best data structure for finding objects inside of that list. That's what we're gonna use. So I don't even remember what I called it. Pending plant actions. Find. I haven't used one of these in a while. You can get the object data. And I can remove the plant from it. Okay, that makes sense. And then that will pull it out. I already have the reference because it's going to be the same. We're basing this off of the actual reference of the object, so this should match that. The reason hash sets are faster is because a hash set stores objects into positions based off of a hash of their object hash. And so what that means is that we can actually look them up in faster than n time. So we can actually directly say this should be here and find it, rather than having to go search over the entire list, which is what we would typically have to do with like a normal list. So that's why hash sets aren't ideal here. Whether it actually matters at all, probably not a big deal. But I'm gonna do it because why not? Does anybody know what's going on with the Unity CEO? I have no idea. I think Unity's been growing a lot lately, and I think that they're trying to figure lots of things out. I think. So, I think we'll see interesting things happen. I'm not entirely sure where the direction is currently headed, but I think there's a reason I think we're seeing more focus on like online services and things. So we'll see. What am I doing? Receive the dice roll, do that. So you could serialize the list though, making it easier to debug with the inspector. So I think we could serialize this too. Right. No, that's a good example. Jason is using shirts as like a way to distinguish. I use cards a lot because you have like hearts and you have or you have like red cards and black cards and then hearts and diamonds and so forth, and you can kind of filter it down that way. But that's sort of what's happening is we're dividing our array into a series of things and of buckets and putting that into that, and then we're able to find it that way. Again, we probably are going to have like the default size of this list is going to be 1, unless we get like a chain reaction. And then the maximum size of this list currently is like 64. So there isn't really a case where that's a problem. Typically when we're talking about like time complexities and faster algorithms versus slower algorithms, that starts to become more useful as we get to bigger numbers, and 100 is not a big number. 1,000 is not a big number in computers. Even 1,000,000 typically is not like a really big number. Like billions is big, or even beyond billions. But like that's the kind of stuff where it starts becoming a big big problem. Millions, we might run into it a little bit, but for 100, nah. It might be slightly slower, but also I think the algorithm for this is also slower per element than a list. So whether we're actually gaining any speed increase by doing this, I don't know. I don't actually know how the internal stuff works. But anyway, I did it, so we're doing it. We're going to remove that. And then if pending plan actions is empty, size count is less than or equal to 0. No reason for this to ever be less than, but if it is, then we're going to end the turn. Cool. Yeah, I think so. The coolest example of a of finding something is like I think quick search. I have a deck of cards, so we're just gonna pull this out because why not? I have a deck on my table. But like if we take this deck of cards, this is tarot deck for D&D. But what you can do is like a quick search is you can search for like the center. So here is this. We flip it into the center, and this would be like our black cards, and this would be our red cards. This is not a normal deck of playing cards, so that's not going to work as far as examples go. But then you've divided the number of options in half, and we can do that again because it's a deck of playing cards. So we can say hearts versus diamonds and cut this deck in half again. And then you get a much smaller stack, and then you can also look at like face cards versus non-face cards, and then get rid of another half. And now in like 3 steps, we've gone down from like 50 cards to less than 10. And then we can do that again and solve it one last time. And then we're basically finding things really fast. And on computers, that's really handy because if you're dealing with 1,000 things, you don't want to go through 1,000 things one by one. You want to just like take shortcuts. It also is a really handy trick if you're doing like a guess a number game. You can divide that down real fast. So if you're to like guess a number between 1 and 100, you can guess 50 and then 25 and then 12 and then 6, and now you know it's between 1 and 5. And you only made 4 guesses. So all right. Yeah. I think that's actually like divide and conquer is I think a really useful. I think that's even the programming like algorithm term for it. Let me find that. Algorithms, divide and conquer. But there's a series of algorithm problems for this is a much higher level computer sciencey stuff. But there's certain like classifications of problems. Divide and conquer is one of them. And what it is figuring out how you can divide a problem into smaller parts, solve those small parts, and then bring the solution back together. And this might not be, I don't know if search is the exact thing. Like divide and conquer is useful in like quad trees, or oct trees if you're doing 3D, where you would separate out your problem into like different rooms, and then those rooms into like different parts of the rooms and so forth. Or you're like giant Earth into little states and counties and cities and houses. You can divide things that way, and then if you can only solve for this house rather than every house in the world, because that's a lot. So yeah, we're way off topic. This is okay. But yeah, what am I doing? So we have a way to end our turn, and so what I think we need to do is swap out the current actions for plants, which activate things. I think we need to rewrite what that activate does. because right now we have a plant.activate, which is going to go and run this thing. Public void execute plant. Let's not execute our plants. That sounds cruel. But we'll do that. That gives us a way to run all of this. How am I going to do this? Because I want to cache all of this, and we're just working with plants right now, which I don't think that it's going to work, but we're gonna try it. And maybe I can create like a tuple or something to store all of this, and then we'll work from there. But instead of doing everything that we were doing up there, I'm going to move it here. And we're just pulling out the actions of our action equals our index. Yeah, so let's pull out the index of this. How do I want to do this? I can select the action from somewhere else, or I can select it from here. I don't know what's the best. I think we're just going to pass in an integer here. Like an action ID. And then we can do action with action ID. And this way we can execute this. This is going to cause a whole bunch of issues right now because we actually only have 4 actions per plant right now, but we can update that. So let's do this. Get our action, execute that. Cool. Now I just need a way to store all of this extra information with plant. Realistically, I should probably have this as object level variables for this, but that's going to cause other issues. So, because what I'm trying to do is pass in the game board state, which I have. I have this. Never mind, this will work. So what I can do is actually execute all this. If we store plots in this hash set, will this work? All right. Let's get a little bit more on topic, I think. I know the Unity stuff has been a hot topic, especially like the past 2 weeks. But I think we've talked about it a little bit both yesterday and today, and it might get a little, yeah, I'm just not sure if there's much more of a conversation we can have in this chat than has already happened elsewhere. You use a factory for a plant maker, and do like a builder pattern for generating these things. I could see that working. So what I'm struggling with is I have built 2 systems separately. We've built this, which currently passes in everything, and then I have this game board, which was previously managing the entire game state. Then I moved that game state into the game turn state, which is an entirely separate thing. And that also is managing state, but it's managing it based off of the plants, and the plants aren't plots. So I don't even know if this game is going to run right now, but we have like 2 completely separate things happening. We have plots, which are either empty or populated with something. And then we have plants, which are what populate those plots. And I'm trying to reference both of them because if we want to plant a new thing, we need to reference the plot. and where it is on the game board. But if we want to do something else, then let me see. I've completely broken it. Okay, that's fine. Why do we keep... Oh, I know what's going on. We're hitting both of our things. Okay, that's interesting. So factory could work. I think we might be talking slightly about different things, because what's happening here is we have this action that takes place, which has the game board and then the current plot you're in and the plant that occupies that plot. And so the plant has actions that it can take. The plot is either full or empty. That's less important. Those could probably be the same thing, but they're separate just because. But then the game board, I think we actually need to pass in. And I can do that. What I'm wondering is, am I creating more work for myself by separating these things? And so the reason they were separated is for graphics reasons. So I can have this plot have a object that stores the actual state, which is the plant, and then an object that controls how it's rendered in the scene, which is the plot controller. That's why they're separated. So maybe what we do is create a plot reference. So the plant can reference the plot that it was originally from. And then I don't need this because I already have it. And then if I pass this in and I pass on the game state, which I will have, then we're fine. And I've broken a whole bunch by doing this, but that's okay. So let's jump over here and delete a bunch of this. This is where having this all in source control would have been really smart. But I didn't do that, so oops. The good news is I put everything into this one class for actually propagating everything, so it all is automatically controlled in one place. And so I think you might be right. Maybe we do want a factory to actually generate these new things, because what I'm doing right now, I think, is copying into a new thing with the plot equal to something like this. I don't know if that's super clean. I don't know if I like that. It works, I guess, but maybe not ideal. It's hacky, but I'm gonna leave it. And I can come back and fix it later. What do we want to do now? So oh, that's just saying this is really expensive. So I really like that resharper, or not resharper, writer underlines like colors with the color that the thing is, but I have been screwed up so many times by the red color underlining my objects because I think it's like a syntax error, and it's not. It's just the color. So that's a thing. Have I broken anywhere else, or is it good? I think this is going to be an issue because we have the default plants. I need to assign the plot to these now because I did that. Yeah, this is okay. This is getting weird. Oh, you see, wait, hold on. You're saying that I can go here and click this and get a color editor? That's not right. So we have this new. Click the hammer on the left. And I am lost. What am I doing? Do I need something specific, or am I missing something? I might be missing something. Either way, I'm gonna leave that for now, and we can come back to it. But that I'll keep making note that I should explore that. Oh, I can't do this. There we go. Okay. Yeah, this is fine. So this whole thing is gross. We're gonna leave it for now. It really, at this point, should have its own thing, because what even am I doing? It's weird. Okay, hold on. So if I go here, color that has this, and click this, pick color from palette. And then let's say I want this to be like a weird fuchsia color with like semi-transparency. Well, that's cool. Okay. Okay, that's neat. I like this. That's really cool. Okay. Neat. Fun. Okay. I still need to pick up. There's so many like cool writer things that I still need to learn, because I'm currently jumping between 3 different tech like editors. I use Visual Studio Code, and Rider for C#, and that's just a lot. And they all do things slightly differently. So it's just an interesting way to like pick up things. So I was gonna make this less gross. um um plant at So my rule for abstracting things has kind of gotten to the point where I need 3 instances of that to occur before I go and refactor it out. The reason for that is if I do it after 1 or 2, I don't necessarily know the full like breadth of the abstraction, and I also don't know if I'm actually going to need the abstraction at all. And pulling an abstraction out and then having to redo it later is a lot more time than just doing it right the first time. And so my current rule is if I'm like duplicating code 3+ times, then look at how we can abstract that. So that's what we're doing here. What we're doing is we're taking this seed plant and we're replacing these 3-ish lines with the 1. So we can do it all simultaneously. We don't have to like constantly re-index into the thing, because that was confusing. So we're going to do plots xy.plant is equal to this. Nah, the plant's plot is equal to plots. My colleagues all use Visual Studio, and it seems like Visual Studio has a lot of useful stuff. I pay for in Rider. Or am I wrong? Is Rider worth it as a professional? I think it really depends. So full disclosure, I work at Microsoft. So I'm not going to tell you that you shouldn't use Visual Studio, because I think Visual Studio is a really great tool, especially if you're paying for Visual Studio. Some of the things you get are like really cool. I think like the visual debugger is super nice. I think there's also a lot of arguments for using like either Visual Studio Community or Visual Studio Code. I like Visual Studio Code because I do a lot of open source work, and it crosses language boundaries and does a lot of other stuff that isn't just writing a like UI or something. Using Rider is more on that Visual Studio side. It's just different. If you're already familiar with like IntelliJ from Java or something like that, or Goland, I think is the Go version. If you're familiar with those, Rider feels very familiar, and so that's a really nice thing, and it integrates really nicely into things. I guess it's a kind of a thing. Yeah. For Unity, I do think that Rider's integration is very nice, which is why I use it. You probably won't see me build like cloud applications in Rider right now, but that's mostly just because my workflow has been built around Visual Studio Code. So yeah, it's kind of up to you. I do think there is a Rider preview if you want to test it out and see if it works. I think there's a way you can do that. I wouldn't be the person to know much about that though. So I also do think there are like student options for both Visual Studio and for Rider. So if you're a student, for example, and you're trying to test both of these out, I think you can get both of these for free, and try them out that way. So So another cool thing, let me see. This is something I was talking with some people from JetBrains at GDC in San Francisco, and you have Rider Flow, which is a Unity plugin that they built. And so this actually adds like a code editor directly into Unity. So you don't even need to open a code editor. You literally have a window in your editor that can edit text and edit your code for you. And it can do things like search your scene and do other things. So if you're interested, to my knowledge, this is free. So this is just available if you want to try that out, and you're looking for cool Unity toys. This is just available. I can drop a link in chat if people want to explore it. But this was when I was at GDC. This was something really cool that I thought was fun. So there you go. Yeah. Is everything actually compiling? Did I actually get this somewhat right? I'm going to learn code today so I can understand this stream. Nice. If there's anything I can do to help, let me know. Very happy to help out. Just feel free to reach out. All right, let's see here. Blue. The scene might look a little bit different. This actually doesn't matter. This is just like an initialization thing. So, whoa. So I can delete all of this now. Oh, that's so much nicer. So worth it. Okay, that's always super satisfying. So hopefully now we have something that makes a little bit more sense. This should actually sync everything back up. I won't be able to click anything until how do we want to do this? Game turn state, end turn. I need public game object dice box. Enable. What is the active in hierarchy? Equals false. Nice. Why doesn't it like this? This isn't a setter, is it? Nope. All right. So that didn't work. Set active. There we go. Set that to false. And so what I'm doing here is disabling the board for where the dice are going to rest. This probably is not the best way to do this. But there we go. So when we enqueue a plant in action, we're going to enable the dice box. And then when we finished our turn, we're going to disable it. And that way we should be able to enable and disable things. So let's see if this works. What I should be able to do now is delete this dice. And we should be able to spawn one in when we do this. So let's do this and apply all of that. Perfect. Dice platform. Perfect. Let's grab our game board. And there we go. Throw the dice in and add our location. And I'm actually going to move this down, I think. I don't actually know which direction that is. But we're going to move that just because I don't want it to just immediately block the camera. I want it to kind of come into view instead. So we're going to do maybe that. And so the dice will fall like behind your head, which doesn't make any actual like sense, but it's going to happen. And then we get our roll, and then hopefully all that works. So I need to assign this drop point. Cool. Let's go and assign the drop point. And now if I've done this correctly, which I have no idea if I have, we should be able to actually do a full turn. So let's click red. Nope. All right. Predictable. Things are broken. What is broken? Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. I'm not entirely sure what's going on there. Oh, that's what's happening. We're not actually passing in the plot. That's important. None of this should work. Reset board state, receive dice roll, do all of this. Execute plant action. And we get the dice roll. Cool. Okay. Oh no, chaotic. uh, cool. All right. My D&D characters are always chaotic, on the chaotic side of things anyway. So I think I'd go crazy if I tried to play like a I what's the word? If I tried to play like a lawful character in D&D, I think I would go crazy. Cool. Let's see here. I think that should work. So that will be our execution. And then where are all of the other iron usages? Well, that didn't work. What's going on here? If it's activated, return. Okay, so we can only activate things once. That's why. Okay, that makes sense. This isn't actually working. Oh, and plot isn't assigned, so that makes a lot of sense. Okay, cool. So what I need to do is move this into a game board. We're gonna go find the game turn state, and arguably this could be a singleton, and then we're going to enqueue our action for ourselves. And there we go. This is super slow. And I don't know why is my action labeled as expensive. Oh, it's because we have get component. That's cool. Okay. So this is an action that I wrote. This is a function that I wrote. And Ryder is already labeling it as an expensive action because I'm using a lookup inside of it. That's really neat. So is that gonna work? We're doing like a weird queuing system because we have this almost like concurrent programming problem where we're rolling dice and we're waiting for the dice to come back before we can advance the turn, which is a weird thing for me to like introduce into this. I didn't need to do any of that, but I did. Wait, oh, I know why that's not working. We're not hitting anything. That makes sense. If controller is null, return. Fixed it. All right. I hadn't disabled the game board, so we were still hitting that. The thing that we dropped the dice onto is still active. It's yeah, oops. That I fixed an issue that wasn't an issue. That's okay. All right, we're gonna disable our thing. It should work now, hopefully, because I no longer should click the platform. What? Now I'm just confused. Did it refactor this for me when I changed it? Hold on. I'm so confused. This doesn't make any sense. Why did I write this? So most of my work is actually most of my work is on a team. basically this is the only time when I work alone. And I think that you'll find that's true for most engineers. Maybe slightly different for YouTube stuff, but typically you kind of need to work as a team. Like the entire software process is based around teamwork. That's what, like, pull requests and things like that. That's a form of teamwork. And one of the cool things that you learn from like doing this by like streaming and stuff is, I think Jason actually kind of mentioned that, but like communication is literally your job as a programmer. That's what you do. Like, a programming language is called a language for a reason. It's a way of communicating. The difference between this and like English is that it's a little bit more specific and less, it can be less confusing. It's very specific about what a program is saying it's going to do. And so it's just a way of communicating your intentions and taking a system, a real world system typically, and defining exactly how that works. And that's what programming is. And then you just have a whole bunch of the more complicated stuff of trying to figure out how do you make that understandable and able to be persistent, like write a story that is actually able to be something that you can continue to share over and over and over again. So yeah. Oh, is that what's happening? So if I go game board, this runs here. Oh, wait, I'm just explicitly invoking an action. This isn't going to do anything. Plot.plant. Activate plot. Does this even need? No. All right, so we can just get rid of that too. Perfect. And there we go. So we just need to say activate this, and is this doing what I think it's supposed to do? I just need to double check. I think so. Yes. I'm gonna say yes. I've been thinking about this in a weird way, and it's been causing me issues. So plot.plant.activate itself. Because we're activating it with nothing. Or itself? Is it? I don't know what I'm doing. I don't think this matters, but I'm gonna do that anyway, and we'll see what happens. It doesn't like this. And there was one more. Here we go. All right. I think I fixed it. This probably is gonna work now. I may have made myself a mess, but I can clean that up later. So here we go. Click red. We roll a dice. And it returns a value. Okay, that's cool. Ignore the fact that it's broken. But it works. At least the parts that I cared about worked. So what happened here? Penny plants. Okay, so that's broken because we didn't actually initialize this list, which I should do. Begin plant turn is pending plant actions dot new hash set. Cool. So we can just create a new one of these every turn. That's fine. We don't need to clear it out. It'll be fine. So the interesting thing with programming is you don't actually need to be that great at it. Like a lot of what I do is just a lot of like reusing existing skills over and over and over again, in slightly different ways. It's just like basic engineering tools where you have like a hammer and a screwdriver. Like there's so much you can do with those, and you can build most things with those. It might maybe not turn out exactly as great as somebody who has like the specialty tools that you need. Like especially if you get into like woodworking, there's like all sorts of special stuff you can use, but you can still build some really cool things, and that can typically be enough. A lot of like there's so much more that goes into programming than just like being the best programmer. That it can just be, it can be interesting. And so yeah, you don't, even if programming isn't like your best thing, if that's not your top skill or whatever, you probably still can take it pretty far, and probably do that pretty effectively and be pretty good at what you do. So I've broken it again. See, I added that to the begin turn thing, but we never actually do that. So it doesn't actually do me any good, does it? Start. Let's try this. So if we begin here, that's probably fine. And I guess we'll work from here. I need to refactor so much about this, but it's fine. It should work. No issues. And then we get one. Okay, that's fine though. Because we did execute our green thing. The only thing that didn't happen is we didn't delete our dice. So another thing, just thinking about that a little bit more. When you're working on a team, the best part about working on a team is that you do not need to be the best at everything. When you're working on a team, the cool thing with that is you have a team. So like there are things that I am very not good at as an engineer and just like doing things. And so if you're on a team and you have other people who are like, I really want to do that, it makes it so much more fun because you can actually like amplify your own abilities because you get to share and learn with everybody else. It's super cool. So yeah. What's broken? What have I done? Oh, well, that's not going to work. If our planter all right, so we're just going to skip over anything that's null. That should fix that. We were throwing an exception in our reset board state, which was causing us to prevent or not delete it. But yes, highly recommend working on a team, even if it's just like a group of friends that you like meet up with once a week or something. It doesn't have to be like a formal engineering team. That can be really helpful, but like just having somebody who can help you out is super cool. I think everybody should probably have like a mentor and a sponsor, which are kind of both forms of mentorship, but they're super helpful. And so the difference there is a mentor is somebody who you like learn from, and a sponsor is the person who goes and says, hey, you should talk to this person, this person's awesome, they do all this cool stuff, they kind of promote everybody else, and you should be that to somebody else too. Like if you have a friend who's really good at something, and maybe somebody like somebody who's like needs to work with that kind of person, shout them out and then be like, hey, this person's really cool. Because that will really help, and a lot of people don't necessarily know how to open those doors themselves, and so you can kind of build that, and so I think that's for me, that's been one of the coolest things at this channel, is you get to like see everybody else kind of get lifted up as you go. So anyway, what the heck, it's broken in a different way. Oh, there's no players. That makes sense. All right, we can do that. I'm just going to disable this for now, I think. All right, let's give this a shot and see what happens. So if I click this, it's going to work. Oh, okay. No, this is good. We rolled a 5 and there's only 4 actions, so we're fine. Also, our indexes are going to be off by 1 just because of how I set that up. Also fine. I need to go and change that though. So all of these need to be subtracted by 1. Because we're making a programmer dice. And programmers do numbers weird. So there we go. There's our programmer dice, and now that should work. We don't have anything out of range. What we do need now is to figure out the defaults for some of these things. So let's make the red one go up 2 and down 2. Like that. Let's make blue be horizontal. And let's make green go diagonal. Did I get that right? I don't think so. There. And then what else is it going to do? Activate. Sure. So now we have 4 relatively unique things that do different things. The red one goes vertically more often than it goes horizontally. The blue one goes horizontally more than it goes vertically. The green one moves diagonally or activates other ones, and then the white one only does activations. I think I need to sleep on, like, actually like take a huge amount of time to figure out how to actually balance this, because I don't know, but I think that's enough to do that. All right. Hopefully that means we aren't going to get any more out of bounds errors, which means we get to jump into the really fun bit of making this not a game full of circles. Okay, yep, it's working. This is cool. Bye. I do probably need to make the dice a little bit less bouncy. It seems like it might be too much, but that's fine. Cool. All right. It works. um, so now what? um, so there's still a lot to do. First, you need to actually be able to customize all of this, which I don't know how that's going to actually happen, but that needs to happen. I really probably should use different colors. These are kind of not great. I was thinking like fuchsia, maybe just do magenta. Cool. And then instead of green, let's do like orange, because we're going to have, is orange not a, does Unity not have orange as a default? It doesn't. What? It has like weird yellow, but it doesn't have orange. All right, well, pick color from palette. Let's go and use some of the new stuff we were learning. And there we go. So the goal of this game is going to be to it's going to be a collaborative thing. So I think the last time I talked about what the actual point of this was like 2 hours ago. So we should talk a little bit about that. So let's run this. Colors might be a little bit weird because I was just playing with those, but so we have 4 flowers that start with. What those represent is 4 players in the game. So you have a white player, a yellow, a pink, and a red at this point. Theoretically, those will probably be like randomly selected from something or based off of the goals or whatever. That's less important. The goal of the game is in a certain number of turns, probably like 20 total turns. So 20 moves between 4 players is like 5 per player. What you're trying to do is build certain hybrids or fulfill certain goals, which could mean like having a certain pattern somewhere in the garden that you're planting. So maybe you want a white flower, a red flower, and then a yellow flower somewhere in this, so they're chained in a link. Or you want a flower that has white, yellow, and pink all combined into one. And that's the goal you're trying to achieve in those 20 things. And you're all working together as like a team to accomplish that. But each player can only pick one thing. So player 1 will say is white. So they can only activate a white colored flower. All the other ones are inactive, but then when you combine them, the petals on the flower are the 6 sides of the dice. So you can activate any flower that has at least 1 petal from your original player type. So theoretically that you shouldn't eliminate anybody. It's probably a possibility. I haven't tested it, but that it's a cooperative game, so there's no reason for you to eliminate a player from the game. That seems rude. So that's really the goal, is trying to figure out those patterns in the limited amount of time. And I think that'll turn out pretty interesting. We'll see. It might take a little bit more to actually get it to work that far, but that's sort of where we're going. I'd also need to tweak the actual types of flowers so it makes a little bit more sense, because right now it's like the hybridization is literally one type overriding the other, and it should be customized. Okay, yeah. I understand it's probably a lot because it's all up here, but that's sort of the idea. Is you're trying to basically develop a pattern somewhere in here that matches a specific goal. Yeah, it's basically that, a cooperative puzzle game. Yeah, and I think that's sort of like I've mentioned this before, but I'm trying to build this in a way where it can actually become a physical board game, where you can actually like print out the pieces and play this physically, as well as virtually on a computer. I think it would look really cool. So yeah, so if we start this again, my thinking is the patterns that you're aiming for, your goals, the way you score, are going to be on the left hand or the right hand side here. Which, I mean, we could do that now. I was intending to switch over to do more like artsy stuff and make it a little bit more visible about like what's actually happening here. But we could just put the goals up. There's no reason we couldn't do that. That could be interesting. Yeah, let's do that. Why not? So what I was thinking when I was originally planning this is that there are scenarios that you have. And so like different board layouts, which will have like different widths and heights and sizes, will have different goals associated with them. So each scene might have its own separate goals associated with it. So like in this one, everything is clumped really closely together, which means it's really easy to create a hybrid of multiple types because they're all right next to one another. So it's really easy to like link them up. But if I were to move them apart further, it takes longer for that to happen. And so you can kind of change the game up that way. Especially like if I put them in the corner, it would take a very long time for them to actually connect with one another. So anyway, now what? Okay. We have goals, or we have an option, because there's a bunch of different ways we could take this right now. I could do UI stuff, and that means making this player and turn count work, and it means adding the goals. The other option is doing the plots and making it so you can actually create these plantable plots that are more artistic than circles. So get those actually working, and that would probably mean like pulling up in Blender and trying something there, or 3D Builder. I was tinkering around with something like here, but we need to like create some sort of teardrop shape and then build something from that. So if anybody has preferences, let me know. But other than that, I don't really know. I need to kind of think about that. Let's do. First off, let's find some references. Flowers. Perfect. So I'm thinking something like this. Is sort of what I was thinking, but six-sided. So this is a, I don't know the type, plumeria. I don't particularly have a preference for coding or doing artsy stuff. This is just me casually having a random weekend. So yeah, I'm just hanging out. But I need to do it all, so it doesn't really matter. But this is sort of, I guess, the style that I'm thinking is we can do something like this. For example, 6. And each of the colors of the petals is the type or side of the dice. So like this would be colored based off of dice side 1, dice side 2, dice side 3, 4, 5, and then a 6th. And then from there we can create all that, and you'll just get the hybrids that way. I think that's what I want to do. And then this, we can have like a cool blooming animation that I can throw together real quick that will look really janky. Okay, I've decided we're doing Blender. I'm gonna make the Blender. There we go. This is going to be a mistake because I am very bad at Blender. Let's see how this goes. This might turn into me just giving up and using like a programmatic geometry tool instead, because I understand those more. But this will be an interesting little experiment. So let's do something like this real quick. Can you use assets in a game jam? Usually with game jams, it depends. I don't think there's any restrictions here. I would have to double check. Let me. Copy this. Can I use assets? You can use pre-existing code and whatever art and audio assets you have the legal right to use. So in this, it's fine. Some will depend. So like we were talking about Ludum Dare before. That has a compo, which means entirely self-built in the time limit. But they also have a more casual version that allows other things. So it depends. I have lots of Unity assets, but one of the things I found is if you use lots of different assets, they don't all play together very nicely. And so you can run into issues where it like looks really weird because you have like this artsy, like hand-drawn texture with this really like technical thing, and then like the art styles just don't match up. So depending on what you're doing, it can work. Yeah, it depends. I've used it in the past. Anyway, let's get rid of that. And so I think my goal here is something really simple. And I'm wondering if do I use a torus? No, that. So what I'm going for is like a bent leaf, I guess. So torus I think might work. I might need to bend it a little. So full disclosure, do not know Blender. This is going to be an absolute like disaster, but it's going to be a fun disaster because I'm going to learn it. So, what do I need to click here? Edit. Let's just get rid of most of this. How do I go through the mesh? Not like this. Delete the vertices. Yeah, no, there are definitely better tools than what I'm using for this, and there are definitely tools that make this much easier. I am using Blender because I want to learn it, and every single time I have an opportunity to learn Blender, I get scared and run away and don't learn it. So we're going to avoid that by just forcing me to learn it. What am I doing? That actually kind of works. Okay, cool. This looks great. All right. All right. If anybody knows Blender, I am so sorry, but uh, this is cool. Neat. All right. So basically, what we've done is created a leaf. It's bent. It's cool. Probably has too many polygons for what I want, because I want like a lower resolution thing, but that's fine. So what I can do now is add a modifier. Is that how that works? Which of these buttons does the modification stuff? And I want to click that. Does that work? Not really. Hmm. Okay. We don't want that. We want something else. Don't know what yet. um, nope. No idea. So I was thinking subdividing, because that would smooth it out, and it did, but it also has too many polygons for that to work. What if I do a smooth? What does this do? I don't know. I'm gonna say that did nothing. And just maybe it helped, but I don't know what it did. Cool. Let's. That's not what I want. All right. What I'm basically trying to do is just kind of smooth out the sides, and kind of pull those in a little bit, sort of like this. And then what I can do is extrude this further down. Oh yeah, that looks great. I did a great job. All right. Well, all the 3D artists go and get really sad. Oh, perfect. Yeah, no, that's real good. All right. You know what? Let's let's just pretend like that never happened. Get back to here. It still has that little smoothed bit. So let's grab all of this, smooth this again. Oh. Randomize vertices. That sounds like what I don't want to do. Um, so I want. Is there a simplify in Unity? Is like the spacebar, right? Nope. I swear I remember the spacebar being like the magic button in Blender, but I guess not. I have made a big mistake. This is fine. All right. Okay. See, the problem with 3D modeling is that there's so many things you need to know that I just don't have any idea about. This work? See, but if I made this green, that would totally be like a plant leaf, right? I'm not being crazy, right? Yeah, yeah. So what I want is I've already cut this, which I think is probably not what I wanted to do, but I've cut out a bunch of vertices. What I want to do is simplify this. So take mostly simplify it along this axis, and then you can cut that down, and then instead of it having like 20 sections along it, cut that down to maybe 4 or 5, so that it has a much more obvious grassy texture, or like leafy texture, and then we can work from there. I'm not entirely sure the button that I need to press. The decimate modifier. That sounds like exactly what I want. Ratio. How do I do this? Unsubdivide, collapse, planar. Ooh, that's too many. I have to get out of edit mode. Oh, hey, it worked. Huzzah, thank you so much. This is perfect. Okay. Wait, I can press. Oh, you are the best. Thank you so much. Okay. I'm learning Unity, or I'm learning Blender. But there we go. So this goes into our plant stock, and then this is the end of the leaf, and then we're good. And then if you press Control A on the modifier, it will apply to the vertices. Ooh. That looks cool. Planar. I don't think I want a planar one. I think I want an unsubdivided one. I think this is probably good for what I need. And so just so that I'm not just like being crazy, I think we do this with like 3 things. I don't know the hotkeys for any of this, so we're just going to pretend, and it's going to be fine. Whoa. All right. And keep in mind, this is a forced perspective game. You're going to be looking down at this. So you're going to see this. And so I can cheat a lot. And that's exactly what I'm planning on doing. And I don't actually know if this is going to look like any plant that anybody has ever seen before, but that's okay. It looks like a plant that exists in my mind. That's going to be good enough. Okay, and then we can randomize the rotation of these, and there will be a like stalk coming out, but that gives us some different height leaf things. And I think 3 is probably fine. And then we do a something that we can extrude up. But I don't know what. Let's do a thing. Add a mesh that is a cylinder. Change that to okay, how do what I want is to change the number of subdivisions horizontal or vertically up it on the Y axis, I think, Z axis, because it's Blender, and reduce the number of subsections around it. I could use a decimate, but I don't think that's what I want for this. Bottom left. Oh, hey, perfect. Okay, that's a little hidden, but okay, cool. So if I change this to 3, we now have that, which looks awful. I'm aware. And then we do like 0.35. This is the stock of that. Awesome, cool. Have fun with your games, and thank you so much for hanging out. Let's do 2, and then yeah, no, I think that's cool. And then how do I do edge loops in Blender? So like I have this, and then I just want to add like a little sway as it goes up. So let's see. Modeling, add. Insert, nope. I don't know how to do any of this. Is hilarious. Actually, so thinking about this a little bit more, do I want edge loops? Because what I can do instead is make like a 3-segment stalk for the top of the flower that has this, and I can like move this up a little bit so it looks like it's continually going up or something. Like I can do whatever that is, and it doesn't look great, but that's okay. It's a game jam, and this isn't what I'm good for. So, but like we can do something like this, and then if we have 3 sections of this, that'll just kind of go like wobble back and forth, and then I can put the top on top, or maybe even just 2. But that way we actually like have a thing, and I can parent them so it will look correct. And then we have like wind effects that we can apply. And I was thinking of doing like a skinned rig that does that, but this would be way easier. Let's do that. Let's just stick with this. I am going to no, that's not right. Yeah, no, this is I'm gonna say this is fine, mostly because I'm lost. So click export. Let's export this as a FBX to somewhere. I'm going to hide that because I don't actually know where that is going. And let's put this in a project. And then we can hopefully get something working. If I can find the project, what did I call it? Dice game. Yes, that was me being very smart and naming it something completely that made complete sense. So let's add a new folder and call it flowers. I cannot read what this says, but I'm sure it's fine. You have, when you're recording things like this, you have big lights so that people like your face looks nice. It makes it really hard to read some of those like black displays when they're like near them, just because you have this really bright light right next to a really dark screen. So anyway. I should, if I've done this correctly, have something here. Yes, okay, perfect. And then this just needs a material. And I'm not gonna bother arranging this project nice. It's game jam, it's gonna be small. Flower stock green. Sure. And this will just be some simple green thing that has no texture. Perfect. Oh, and that has like everything assigned to it. That's great. Let's get rid of the camera. I can't get rid of the camera. Let's add an empty component. There we go. And throw that in. It's very big. I have to what? Okay. I've done something really bad because I don't know how to use Blender. Right. What's happening here? Import light and import camera. We don't want that. Apply. Perfect. Okay, I turned off importing lights and cameras, but it's still doing that. So what have I done wrong? Right click. Hierarchy. All right. I'm really happy that other people know what they're doing because I do not. Okay, so that doesn't work. Look at the prefab tab. Right click, prefab. Oh, okay, I was missing that. Unpack. Got it. Thank you. Okay, that makes so much more sense. Okay, and then we delete the lights. And then we have all this stuff. We have that. Make it green. All right. And this is why I'm not an artist. But there we go. So we now have a green plant. And I'm gonna unsmooth everything so it looks like this intentionally. But this is definitely intentional. And so I can attach this to our flower. Whoa. There we go. All right. So we get this. And what I can do is add another one on top. Like, oh, that's a bit much. Oh, did I not? Why is everything at 100 scale? What have I? What? Everything is scaled really big, and I don't. Is that just a thing with Anyway, I'm not going to try to fix all of this. It's just gonna be this way. But if I do something like this, and so you're saying go back here, FBX, select this, scale factor, and change this. Is that what you're saying? The import settings in Unity. Okay. So the scale factor should be 1 when I was, because I did check that. And then maybe Blender is in centimeters, and that's why we're getting 100. That would make a lot of sense. But I don't know how to see the units here, because that's a different thing. So that's probably another Control A. Okay, well, it's fine. I can tweak all of this. So if it's not correct, it doesn't matter that much. Like I can just do this and it's fine. Like there we go. Now it's a quarter the size. It is a little bit weird that this is there. Okay, so now it's zeroed out, and we can put this up. I think I set this to have a height of 2. So we end up with something like this. And then what I want is a script for artsy stuff. Probably don't name your actual things that, but we're going to do it because why not? And so what I want to do is assign this there. Okay, it was being weird, but that's okay. And so public float sway speed and public float sway amount, and this will change just the speed and the amount. And what I'm also going to do is randomly rotate it, each one of them by a random amount. So this transform dot rotation equals returning dot Euler, and then we're going to rotate them around the y-axis, which is the vertical axis. So it's just going to spin it. And the reason I'm doing that is so that the leaves don't all line up with one another, so that they can be randomized. And so we can just random dot value times, I think this is in degrees, so let's do 360. And there we go. And then, is this what I want? I think I actually want to public float Y rotation. We're going to assign this there instead. And the reason is I want this to actually be cached. So that I can, the reason for that is that you can synchronize the sway of everything across the map automatically. So I'm going to use the transform X and Z position as inputs into this noise function for rotation. And then we'll effectively get a map of noise that moves across our thing. And so the advantage of doing that is that it actually will look like there's wind going across it instead of everything just kind of moving. At least that's my hope. So we can do the same thing. This transform rotation. Do that with our Y rotation. And then we just need to have something that modifies the Z and the X scale. So we'll just, for now, set this to like 5 plus mathf sine of that. And we will add on the position. So by using the position in this, we'll get it so that it looks like the wind is moving across instead of just being static and affecting everything all at once. And then we'll do the same thing for the Z. And so the X and the Z are going to affect the tilts of this on 2 different axes, so that I can tweak this a little bit. All the other math bits of this are just me making this up, so who knows? Just using sine and cosine because we get nice waves out of them. We probably want something a little bit more complicated than this, because these are going to be pretty standard wave forms, which isn't what we want. But it's fine. This will work at least for the initial stuff. So sure. Let's see how this goes. And I'm not using the sway speed or the sway amount right now because I completely forgot I even added those. Let's add 2 of these. Cool. And so if I run this now, hopefully they'll look somewhat randomized. Okay. Maybe a little bit slow, but that's okay. I just wanted some movement that isn't distracting, but it is movement. The random rotation seems to not do anything. Not allowed to be called from a constructor. So this needs to be moved into here. All right. And let's see if that gives us a little bit nicer rotation. We might run into some issues where this is like everything might be rotating in the wrong directions. Just because of the way I have this set where rotating along our Y and trying to do the other things. So these might like lean in different directions. Yeah. Like this. So I want to avoid that. And so the way to do that is to add these 2 rotations instead of doing them all in one. So we can do that by saying it's equal to this. We're just going to add a really shallow twist there. And then if you need to ever add quaternions inside of Unity, the way to do that is multiplication. So we're going to do that by just multiplying them. And then we can do our Y rotation like this. And what this should do is add these two together. So now we should have one that kind of tilts it and one that rotates it. And it should now all be in the same direction. Hopefully. So let's see if that works. All right. Yeah. Oh, I didn't really think about that, did I? We're rotating our triangles over one another, so it kind of looks a little weird. But also, it's really small, so it's not that big of a deal. Like even in a larger screen, you're not gonna notice that they don't line up. Like, and if they don't, it doesn't really matter. There we go. So there's some really simple plants, like really simple, but it works. And so what we can do now is add our thing to them. So how do we want to do that? We could add the blossom. I don't know my terminology. That's okay. And so just add not a sphere. I want to add a cube onto this. And so if we do that, hopefully we can just bring it up like this. All right. And there's our flower. Cool. So 2.1, I guess we'll say, and then this can be shrunk down quite a bit because that's just going to be like the center, the pollen-y bits. That's probably the right word. And then we'll have the 4 petals coming off of this. And then that white bit will just always be consistent across all of them. Does this make sense? Yeah, I think this makes sense. And then I just need the art for the actual flower blossoms. And I need to save this because I'm totally going to forget this. All right, there we go. But yeah, I'm not, for how quickly that ended up coming together, it looks all right. It's definitely not going to win any awards. That isn't sort of the goal, but it's enough that like you know what it is. And once we add the actual blossom over top, it's really just barely going to be seen at all. So I think it should work out. And if not, then I can change it later. So let's get rid of all of that. And now, how do I expand this? Because what I want is to bulge out near this outside. And what was the hotkey? It was like tab. There we go. And then we end up with this in like our high poly editor. And so let's go into scale and really ruin this. Oh, but it's not. Okay, so I'm scaling on a different axis. That's not what I want. Ooh, and that's really not it. Tab, rotation. Okay. And so we do have some advantage here of one, we're making organic shapes. And so if they actually look too perfect, that's actually a bad thing because it's an organic shape. So it's not supposed to look good, or it's not supposed to look like what's the word? It's not supposed to look uniform because it's a living thing. So us actually having like this kind of weird chaos. What's the? Oh no. Yeah. Hey, that'll work. Cool. All right. I don't know how I got here, but this is perfect. So let's do this. Okay. Ignore this. Because this is gonna look real weird. Because I don't know where we're going with this, but it's probably a thing. You know, that might actually kind of work. Because if I switch back out to this, it simplifies it down, and then we get that. It might even need to be more, like wider still. But that's kind of neat. All right, so we can do that. Let's expand it even more. Like kind of silly sized, because that's where this is going. There. How's that? Does that look flowery enough? And then I think the only other thing that might be useful is inverting this so that it actually flips a little bit less. It's like grabbing all of these. And like moving it up a bit, maybe? I don't know. Or all right. I may not like this, but we're gonna try it. Too much. It's like just a little tilt. Is that good? I don't know. um okay. I'm gonna call this good for now. This might be something that I open back up before submitting this and just completely change. But I don't know, it might work. So let's export this. Yeah. Control A. Rotation. What is this? Oh, that's a thing. I think we're good. Well, actually, maybe what I should do is pull this out just a little bit. Okay. And then I'm running into weird, like, quad issues. This is okay. I do appreciate all the help, because very much a Blender noob. So, so we're doing 6 of these, and they're going to be color coded differently to kind of represent the sides of a flower. So sort of inspiration was a plumeria. Like these. Obviously, I didn't create these, but we're gonna do a 6-sided plumeria type thing. And so we'll get that, and then it will represent the sides of the dice, and then you'll be able to actually do that, and then I'll duplicate this 6 times in code. I think that's where this is going. Flower leaf? That's not the name. That's not what these are called. But we're gonna create that, I guess. Cool. All right. So no more camera, no more light. All right, prefab, let's unpack all of that. Let's put that there and get our flower leaf. We call them fleefs. Petal. Oh my god, they're called petals. Wow, okay. You can tell it's been a long week. But there we go. All right, so we have this. It's too big, so let's scale this down to whoa, really small apparently. All right. Has it really been 4 hours? Oh, it's been 4 hours. Okay, cool. That's neat. That's a long time. So we have our flower leaf petal. We're gonna call this a flower petal because wow, okay. Let's oh, that's the wrong one. This is why I shouldn't be mixing all of this stuff. You know what? I don't know which one is which, so we're just gonna we're gonna do this. The original prefab. I don't know. It's fine. Cool. So we have this. That's gonna be a color. So I'm going to just so that I can get a better picture of what this is actually going to look like, we're going to create a blue flower petal like this. We're going to make it blue. And we are going to attach 6 of these in a circle around that center there. Ooh, okay, I got real big. I do need to figure out scaling for this, so let's do like 250. Well, this is annoying. The origin of this is all weird. All right, so let's move that there and do a bunch of that. And then what I'm going to do is center this on the origin point that I created, because that just makes sense. Why does Unity keep like freezing during its like global apply? Oh, because it's trying to do something with my roaming settings, and those are still broken. Well, oh well. All right, so player flower petal. There's so many different types of these that I've just created. That's fine. Assign that to the cube. Move this there. And then I need 6 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And 360 divided by 6 is 60, so 60, 120. 180, 240, and 300. And there we go. That doesn't look that bad. And so that is, I guess, what you're going to be planting and growing. And so you'll grow one of those, and then each of those different petals is going to represent the different colors. So in this case, you'd have white, yellow, pink, and red to select from, and it'd be a hybrid of all of those, and you'd be able to see. That actually came out surprisingly well, and like somehow the math actually works. So the angles of that petal actually work. That's really cool. The movement is subtle enough that it actually just kind of works. So I'm really happy with that. Let's make a few more of these, because we're spacing them like one apart. So if I do something like this, you should be able to kind of create a flower field. And then the idea so this is how my like graphics stuff goes, is it's always just chaos, because I kind of know what I want to do. I just don't, like with Blender, I actually used Maya, like Autodesk's Maya for years, and got really good at it. I was actually okay with Maya, and then my license expired, and I haven't done anything with like 3D graphics. I kind of moved into more like procedural graphics, and so now I just don't remember anything, and I don't use it enough to keep up any skills with it. So I kind of like have to relearn it every time, but kind of had an idea, and it sort of worked out. I'm actually really happy with this. So yeah, awesome, cool. I need to find, yeah. This is a good reminder that I should build some Blender content, because I think there's a lot of people who'd really like to like learn some Blender stuff. And I've been doing lots of like 3D printing and stuff lately, and so it'd actually be kind of helpful to be able to build something for that. But yeah, there we go. And they all kind of move in a synchronous pattern. So, and I think you can tell that that's a blue flower. I don't think that's ambiguous at all. So I like this. I am going to go and take a break and probably code up the planters graphics. So when we pick up the stream next, if I've actually done what I think I'm going to do, we're going to pull out all of these circles, and it's going to be like a dirt planter box. And then when you plant something, it should just have the flower in it. And then it should just kind of go. And then you'll be able to roll the dice and something will happen like that. And then the final thing we'll do is like throw UI at this so that it actually makes sense, because this doesn't. Like, what's going on? I don't know. So we're going to actually turn this into a game probably tonight. But I need to like rest my voice and do a little bit of just like personal care stuff. Because apparently I've been streaming for 4 hours, and that's a long time. So I'm gonna go and eat dinner, and I will see you back here in probably 2-3 hours. So thanks everybody. This has been a journey. We actually got a lot done, so I've been actually pretty impressed. This is cool. This is exciting. I think we'll actually, I don't want to say this, but I think we'll probably finish it. So that'll be cool. But yeah, as always, there are a lot of people who are kind of interested in like learning 3D or C# or something. Definitely reach out. Like we have a Discord channel. It occasionally is used more or less. But if people are asking questions in there and helping answer other ones, I think that really helps everybody kind of learn things. I'm not sure if Discord is always the best place to ask questions. The problem with Discord is like those questions get lost over time because you can't like find them on Google or Bing or whatever. But if you have like if you're running into issues and want to get unstuck, that might be a good place to go to. Other than that, yeah, thanks everyone. I am going to stop the stream now, but thanks, and I will see you in a few hours.